I think it's back. Anyway, hello. I don't know why my PC hard locked, but it did. Let's hope it doesn't keep doing that. That would be bad. Because I kind of need it. I don't know what I was talking about. Oh yeah, one of the drum kits I was looking at seemed reasonable. But it was one of these things where the listing initially looks promising and then it's just full of additional red flags. One of which being like, oh, this guy lives in Kansas in a town of 125 people. And I was really bored at work on Friday, so I started doing a bunch of sleuthing with, like, the guy's name and the profile photo. The profile photo of which had, like, 8 dudes in it, so it's, like, damn near 10% of the town. Going, like, up and down the street view, of which there's only, like, 4 blocks to the town, trying to find where this photo was taken. Ultimately coming up empty. And then realizing the other thing he had sold semi-recently was another drum kit. So, like, why would this one random dude in a town of 125 people in Kansas have 2 drum kits that he sold? Trying to get me to pay money outside the app. And then it came up with this sob story of like, oh, we're selling it really cheaply because my wife's brother died. He loved the drums. And then the account just disappeared. Which I suppose is a bad sign for legitimacy. But a good sign for my neighbors. For now. But eventually I figured it out because it was on OfferUp, which I'd never used prior. But having done a bit of Googling, it turns out that they have some sort of arrangement with, I think it's UPS, where they have special shipping rates, but only for things 20 pounds or less, and if it's more than that, you know, they can't ship it. So if you sell heavy things on that website, and say that you're doing pickup and shipping, but also that you live in the middle of nowhere, and by default people are not going to go out to the middle of Kansas to pick this thing up, and they will have to ship it. That's how they get you, because then they start making you communicate outside the app and pay money that way, and I don't know. I'm just really cheap. And I hate shopping for anything, because it's always like, okay, this is my budget. Oh wait, but if I spend a little bit more, then I get these extra features, or this marginally newer thing. Oh, but if I spring a little bit more than that, then I can get these, etc., etc., and all of a sudden it's like, this base model that I thought I'd be happy with, I've now convinced myself is going to be totally insufficient. Even if, like, at the level I'll be using the thing, I'll never actually need it. And it also turns out that a lot of these, like, electronic instruments don't really go through very frequent refreshes. You know, like, you get this electronic drum kit and it's still using the same brains for, like, 8 years straight. So I don't know. I'd like to believe I'll use the thing, but it's not like I've got any experience playing. I just have a friend with a practice pad. and she's convinced me that if I sunk some time into it, I'd actually be fairly competent. And bad news, I'm a sucker for flattery. Why did I do that? I don't think I pressed the jump button a second time. Oh well. But yeah, I don't know. It's the same with my keyboard, except I've actually been playing that a bit more recently, so it doesn't sit and gather dust. But like, you can get a base model, which would probably have been totally sufficient given that I'm real bad at piano. And it's like, oh, this model's pretty good. Oh, it's got so many knobs. Oh, instead of actually sinking in the time to learn how to play this thing, I can twiddle all the knobs and make all the sounds sound like total shit. And that's almost as fun. You know, you could play music or make horrific beat boops for half an hour. And that's instantly gratifying. Doubly so if you get Guitar Center to price match it with some random German website and they take like $400 off. I gotta write my paper. I don't want to write my paper. I don't want to do anything. For most of this last week, I've just been popping Ativan and propanolol. And now I'm trying to be productive again, but I don't really want to. Well, the thing is that the keyboard I have, you can't like load custom samples into, unless you're, you know, using some sort of host software on Windows. But one of the drum kits I was looking at, you can load custom samples into via like SD card. You can just load all the different like CDI Morshoe lines, play that cutscene on the drums. I don't know. It's very easy to spend a lot of time to like research a thing to buy and like understand from zero what the different SKUs are like, what the market's like, what the secondhand market's like. And you spend like weeks and weeks on that. And then, you know, I worry I'd end up getting the thing and then not actually using it. And play it once or twice and go, oh, this is hard, I suck at this, and then it sits in the corner forever. So every time I'm trying to, like, walk through my tiny apartment, I have to avoid this big hunk of metal and plastic that just sits there as a monument to money that I did not need to spend. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm talking about, Pokemon God. Like, I don't know, do they have, like, agents for that kind of thing? Like, hire me, give me a cut of the commission, and I'll do all the research, fixate on that for like a week or two, save you like $100 on buying this thing. I'll enjoy all the frantic Googling and note-taking, and you'll enjoy marginally lower prices. It's like a travel agent, but for the internet. Like, I bought one of those Teenage Engineering KO2s a while back. And like, I don't know, it just sits here and looks cool, but I hardly ever use it for anything. And the interface is so arcane. Like, yep, here's my 4-bar loop of something. I'll just play that, put some effects on it, do nothing productive with it. It's just the thing. It's just the toy. Just a beep boop machine. What is the Battle Network 6 peripheral? You gotta get a pocket station for VMU. Do they have, like, VMU homebrew? They almost certainly do. Probably not anything all that good, though. I mean, surely somebody's ported, like, Tetris or something over to it. Oh, I don't think the VMU could run Doom. I don't know what the hardware of that thing is. Probably like a Z80. Oh, shit. Kept showing the little damage indicators, but I don't actually think it was doing anything. Yo. Welcome to content. Welcome to procrastinating. What's today? Saturday? Been living in a time loop all this week. Sega's taking some games away from Steam. Well, you should have had Sonic Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast. They can't take that away. Now it's too late. Now you have to go to eBay and buy, like, $150 copy of Sonic Adventure 2. Die already. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle does not count. Sorry. Any Sonic game not on a Sega platform is not a real Sonic game. It's like the Impossible Burger of Sonic the Hedgehog video games. Like, yeah, it kind of looks and tastes like Sonic Adventure 2, but if you're a connoisseur, you know it is not real Sonic. You know the lighting issues are weird. You know Tails' mouth is weirdly darker on the GameCube version. You know Chao Karate is kind of stupid. Wins the Sonic Shuffle stream. God, you know, I don't think I ever played Sonic Shuffle. Other than, like, at the Toys R Us demo kiosk in 2002. Oh wait, this is my last life. Yeah, like, they engineered Sonic Adventure 2 Battle to bleed like real Sonic, but it doesn't taste like real Sonic. Unless you cover it in, like, ketchup and pickles. Tomatoes. Unrelated though, I actually really like Impossible Burgers. Maybe I should bring my Dreamcast up. I miss the cafeteria burgers from high school. Why? You miss them because you associate it with being a child. You don't miss them because they were good. Yeah, but Impossible Burgers are made from, like... God, I don't even remember. It's like algal protein or something. I don't think it's primarily a soy product. Oh. No. No. Hey Siri. What's in an Impossible Burger?
The Impossible Burger is a plant-based alternative to traditional meat-based burgers. It is designed to taste, look, and feel like meat-based burgers, but contain no meat, eggs, dairy, or other animal-derived ingredients. This is from healthline.com.
That doesn't answer the question. I want an egg-based burger, actually. That'd be good. It's like, this doesn't taste like beef at all. It's just egg. How am I? I don't know. I'm doing... Spoke to 988 for like an hour last night. I did hear they're shutting down Free Sims Online. It legitimately bummed me out. It's been online for like 10 years? I don't even know at this point. Probably not quite that long, but like... It's been a through line in dumb crap I've done on the internet for so long. I never thought it would actually go away. What am I gonna do when it's like 2 AM and I'm miserable and I just wanna like text-to-speech while launching off a bunch of fireworks? Oh, they're gonna destroy the mayor's house! I spent so long on it. I think there's a way to download the map, and I think that 3D engine you can also apply to normal Sims 1. But it's not the same. Do what my grandparents did and scream into a pillow. I'll do what my grandparents did and die. It's almost the same. Providing saves around December 6th. Fair. I haven't actually read the blog post. Somebody just sent me a message about it, and I've not followed up. God, I had a sleep medicine course, and the lecture was about sleep apnea, and a solid, like, 15 minutes of that course was essentially explaining that if you're going to, like, suffocate somebody to death in their sleep, you have to do it after they inhale, because it sends, like, fewer signals to the brain that you're starved of oxygen at the moment. And he kept reiterating that point in, like, a kind of, I don't know, disconcerting degree. Needless to say, I did not learn anything from that hour-long lecture except how to maybe suffocate an old person to death more effectively. Anyway. Okay. What person at the mental hospital who's wrong about stuff? There were many of those people. In fact, that was probably all of them. Oh, that guy, the group leader dude. People would wake up hungry and go foraging first thing in the morning. We call that breakfast. I still have no idea what he was even saying with that lecture. Truthfully, I barely remember it. Every one of those group therapy sessions are just the worst. Be a bunch of people, like, down on their luck and miserable for actual tangible reasons, and then just me sitting like a weirdo in a chair, like L from Death Note, just hoping he doesn't call on me because I don't feel like talking. Just wanted to go back to my room, do the crossword puzzle, and eat oranges. Yeah, I never wanted to do group therapy, and I only ended up doing it in the hospital because they made us all do it. Like, no offense. I don't want to sound like an asshole when I say this, but I don't care about other people's problems. I mean, I do, but in like a therapy context, if I've got, you know, only a certain amount of time to actually focus on getting any of this stuff addressed, I don't want the whole time to be just fixated on other things. I just want me time to complain. And again, to clarify, that's not like, oh, people I know are down, or friends are having problems, and I don't want them to talk to me. Like, no, that's totally fine. I just don't want to make a day of going around in a circle, listening to other things. I just want, like, one-on-ones so I can bitch and moan about my problems. So I can then pay my insurance copay and go home and scream into a pillow. Like, I guess it's supposed to provide you context for your own issues, but, like, I've got so much stuff to unravel that, like, spending a couple minutes in a session and then just listening for the rest of it, I don't think is going to be very therapeutically useful. I don't know. Oh yeah, no, I had that other really miserable therapist earlier in the year. The guy. That I wish worked out, because he was like a block away from where I lived, but like, he was just such a bad therapist. It's like a cartoon. Everything he'd say, he'd just say like, Could not take it seriously. Ow. Yeah, you're talking to your food the wrong way, Pokemon God. It was kind of like a Goron in Ocarina of Time. And then in my last therapy session with him, I'm like, hey, I don't think this is working out. Every time I complain about things or try to talk about certain issues, you just say, And then he replied, And then I never went back. I don't know. I'll just talk to ChatGPT. Embrace our dystopian techno future. What is ARFID? Wait, what? How did I, Did I die twice? That's me. It's Jesus with the bowels removed. Also, I did not mean to sound so judgmentally dismissive when I said, what is ARFID? apologize if it came off that way. Avoidant restricted food intake disorder. Oh, is it like a sensory thing with certain foods? Gotcha. Yeah, being a conscious being sucks. I wish I could just be a plant. Tired of experiencing things. You just want to release spores. I think they call that gooning in this day and age. It's a real jerk thing to do. I have no spores and I must goon. Great. Thanks. That's gonna stick with me. I like the little Arthur sprite on the map. It's like 6 by 6 pixels. 66 pixels in total. See, I have the opposite issue where food just kind of doesn't taste like anything. And thus I'm just a human dumpster. Like no real preference, it just is fine. How's this taste? Yeah, it's fine. But I think that's like less of a thing on the sensory end and more just like a reward processing thing. Like, yep, I ate this, it tasted okay, now I'm not hungry. Yeah, maybe I have a bag of seeds that I normally put on bread that I bake and I'm just eating them out of the bag. Or I've like thrown a couple handfuls of them into a pan and then toast them and then eat them out of a cup with a fork. It's fine. Yeah, maybe all I've eaten for like 3 days is popcorn. Whatever. Oh, I don't want to get this. Make a meal out of packing peanuts. What does it like to feel normal? It's been so long, I truly cannot remember. Unless just everyone's struggling all the time and we just have this consensus of what it feels to maybe be normal, but none of us actually experience it the way we expect. Like in high school, we had this philosophy thing. It's called Theory of Knowledge. It was some like international baccalaureate course we had to take. And I remember at the time thinking some of the things we were talking about were incredibly pointless. Like, well, how do we know that people are perceiving the same reality? People see the same colors when we talk about the same thing. You know, how do we know any of that is consistent? And I thought, oh, well, it just is. This is a waste of time to think about. But, like, I don't know, the older I get, the more I fixate on that kind of thing. Like, who's to say any of us are experiencing the same reality, really? Which I feel like is probably the consequence of taking a lot of mushrooms at some point. And not always for the better. Oh yeah, I was surprised. I thought question 4 would have passed. Think about that stuff with mild frequency. No, but I'm talking about, like, for a while, it would be almost like an obsessive sort of thought pattern. Because it's one of these things that just doesn't have an answer, and you can just spin your wheels trying to figure it out. And it's weirdly anxiety-provoking if you don't have an answer to, like, fundamental questions of existence and consciousness. And, like, it shouldn't be, because at the end of the day, you still gotta, like, pay taxes and go to the grocery store and drive to work and all that crap, and none of this really matters. But for whatever reason, it's just very, very easy to get hung up on it. And, like, being in the neuroscience field doesn't really help because you're just spending all of your day deconstructing, you know, certain psychological phenomena down to the synaptic level. I mean, what if it did matter? I don't know. It might, but it seems like enough people just kind of go about their day without stressing over it, so I suppose it doesn't. Oh, why is my phone lighting up? I can't go and check. There's no pause button. Well, the thing is, like, people talk about existential crises, but it seems like that's more shorthand for, like, what am I doing with my life, not, like, what is the self. You know, what does it mean to act? What does it mean to perceive? Like that... Oh, what is that, like, Carl Pilkington thing? It's like, am I controlling my brain, or is my brain controlling me? I don't know. I'm just sort of talking while barely paying attention to ghouls and ghosts. Should I lowball that dude on eBay for that drum kit? I mean, if he wants $1,200, he's almost certainly not gonna take, like, 7. What does it mean to jelk? Am I jelking or is he jelking me? God. Nothing to lose. Yeah, but he might think I'm a jerk. I lowballed some dude on Craigslist who was asking like 15 for the same thing, and I think I offered him 7. He's like, sorry, that's way too low. Lowest I'll do is 13. And then I wrote like an apologetic email afterwards. Like, hey, I wouldn't sell it for that price either, but I had to ask. Why care if some random person doesn't like me? I don't know. I've been struggling with that question since elementary school, and I thought maybe I would have figured it out by now, but no. It's the only metric in life that I feel it matters. Do people like me? Yes, no. What is the ratio of people who think I'm cool versus people who think I'm a jerk? Is it at least 90%? Do I at least have an A-? So I won't have to sleep in the garage. Ah! Oh, don't get me started on determinism. That's its own miserable rabbit hole. Especially when you start getting into neuroscience. It's like, oh no. This little neurochemical machine where a quantum unit of neurotransmitter goes down this big plinko machine to produce some sort of output. Oh no, I did not mean to put another quarter in this machine. Yeah, what is the likability factor of this Reddit comment I put on, where I posted, oh no, somebody immediately downvoted it to 0, and now I have to delete it to save face. Doesn't even matter. It's just hard to get over. But yeah, to your point, Pokemon God, I feel like... I don't know, there have been so many philosophical debates over the course of human history as to, like, free will and determinism and what is consciousness and the self and everything, and it seems like there's always a certain conclusion that's drawn that's been revised over, centuries and millennia based off of, whatever the prevailing philosophical idea is, or whatever kind of technological standard we're currently at and able to, observe things with. And who's to say that anything that we've currently got as, like, the accepted standard for any of this, on, like, a biochemical level is going to hold up, like, a few centuries from now. And we're just operating with incomplete assumptions and not really enough evidence to have anything be conclusive one way or the other, so there's no point in fixating over it. But it is easier said than done. Like, sometimes you'll read things like, oh, well, things aren't actually solid, an atom is mostly empty space, mass is mostly empty, and it's just forces pushing off against each other and not actually making physical contact. Oh no, that makes me anxious to think about for some reason, but you go back, like, a few hundred years when no one even had anything like that, even remotely being considered, and it didn't bother them. So, like, what's the point? What's the point of fixating over this if it doesn't have any practical value to your daily life? Ouch. Wait, is this the second run? Oh, it is. I gotta stop screwing up. Stop gooning and start playing. Ah, shit. There's this one video, it's like a parody of history programs. Essentially, like, historians from the year 3000 stumble upon some random dude's room from the present day, and they're trying to, like, decode what life was like. And there's this one line in it, it's like, and they had this complicated vocabulary, the terms goon and jelk. I forget, like, the script in the video exactly, but they have, like, an example sentence that's like, I goon you, have a nice jelk. And I think about that a lot. Not that it means anything, not like a, wow, that really does say something about the state of our history, but more like, that is a funny sentence. Chat, have a nice jelk. I goon you. I should link that video. That whole channel is very funny. I think it's Wizards with Guns on YouTube, as opposed to Vimeo, as opposed to Daily Motion, your one-stop shop to get whole episodes of Kitchen Nightmares and Shark Tank without paying. Oh, they have new Kitchen Nightmares. They had a new season that I think came out last year. It's bad. Okay, it's not bad, but it's not nearly as memorable as the old ones. And it seems a lot more formulaic. And also all the people in it seem to also be a lot more run down. There's a lot less, like, poor business management and a lot more just overt mental illness that I think Gordon is not really prepared to address. And, like, every episode, he's got to say, shut it down. That's his thing. I don't remember him shutting down the restaurants every single episode in the early seasons. Sorry, I'm trying to find that drum kit listing so I could lowball the guy and then have him say no. Where even was that? My eBay watch list, or is it saved? Let's see. No, not save searches. I guess it is watch list. Yeah, like an episode where Gordon enjoys all the food, but he's like, you know, you can't call this place the Dump Pit. You have to change the restaurant's name. And it's just back and forth for an hour about how the owner's like, but my grandfather opened the restaurant and called it the Dump Pit in 1802, and there's no way we can change it. I was born a dump pitter, and I'll die a dump pitter. How is this? Oh, this guy doesn't have any eBay history. That's why no one's bought it. Should I message him, have a nice jelk? Let's see. No, this looks like the one. It's comes with the kick pedal. It does not come with the hi-hat that opens, though. Not that I necessarily need that. I mean, 1,200 plus 1,225 shipping for something that's like 40 pounds, I don't think is... I don't know, I mean, it's eBay. Presumably, you've got buyer protection. I mean, it has like a hi-hat and the pedal to control it. It's just virtual. You know, it's an electronic drum kit, to clarify. It's a Roland TD-17. I don't know. It seems like it might be fun. Because I've picked up the piano again, and I'm really bad at it. And I'm getting marginally better. But it's definitely a lot more work. Whereas I sort of just tap on the desk, or like on my car steering wheel. And it's like foot tapping and both hands tapping. And I feel like if I had actual feedback on it, that might be kind of fun. Not that I expect to be especially good with it, but as a way to, like, interact with listening to music, it might be kind of novel. Yeah, but you could offer $950. However, I don't have a lot of money. I was trying to keep the budget for something like this to, like, $6, maybe. I guess I could stretch it to like 7, maybe 8. I don't know. But if I make an offer, and it has one competing offer, which is almost certainly more than 600, the seller will be more likely to respond if your offer's around 900. Yeah, I bet he will. Too bad. I've thrown 600 into the pot. I bet he's not going to take... I don't even... Is it even worth throwing an offer at a dude with no eBay history? I mean, presumably everybody starts with no eBay history. But still, why not? I don't know. Because then it'll be like $650 with shipping and tax held up in my PayPal account. Hang on, let me see. Do I have anything to lose buying eBay Google? Oh, here's an eBay community post that's written in all caps. If you are buying anything on eBay means 1, be ready to loose the money, as well as sellers don't have the contact info, though it is their answers will be crazy, and eBay customer service is of no use as they don't know anything. They don't contact the seller on your behalf. I have situation where seller says eBay took money, and eBay says seller took money, and eBay said seller is lying. Whew, period. That was February 4th, 2021. One look at their feedback page tells me all I need to know. 47 customers had a less than positive experience with the seller based in, all caps, bold, China. I'm sorry to hear you had a bad experience with buying on eBay, but have to disagree with it being a site for selling used goods. What? That was one run-on sentence. I mean, the username looks like a scam. The guy's name on eBay is xx.sil, which just sounds like a porn website. He has no feedback, no nothing. I don't know. It's XXSil the Hedgehog. My offer's insultingly low anyway. It's not, though. I learned from Pawn Stars. You just give the guy half of what he wants, and then meet in the middle. The middle being like $50 up from what you offered. I don't know. I don't even know why I want this thing. As if I need, like, more crap that I don't use in my apartment. Spend hundreds of dollars on random things to entertain myself, and at the end of the day, I just play Ghouls and Ghosts for the 1000th time. Get a freeze dryer. No, I've already seen that Technology Connections video. I mean, I like it insofar as a friend has a practice pad and a practice kick drum. And I like futzing around with that. It just does not sound like anything. And besides, why go out and do something in public where somebody might see you and judge you doing poorly when you could spend a bunch of money to practice in the comfort of your own home, so nobody sees you? And then there's no inclination to get better because no one sees you fail, so you don't have to worry about it either way. Having access to freeze-dried fruit sounds kinda nice. Just get like a $50 food dehydrator. And just do that. I mean, what's the difference between freeze-dried fruit and just dried fruit? Other than the freezing part. Yeah, but if I give up, I can just sell it. Especially if I lowball the guy. Have a full-time career flipping digital drums. Wow, that was a weird hitbox on that sword. I don't know how I didn't pick that up. Why don't I buy storage units to see if I could find a drum kit? Why don't I just get a bunch of storage units and some really big drumsticks, and then just play them like a large drum? What if I just slap my thighs together with my, like, palms? Call that a drum kit. Why not get the Rock Band video game and drums? I have that! I bought it in high school. It lives in New Jersey. I got it specifically for the drums because I couldn't play any of the guitar bits. And thankfully the Beatles Rock Band had very manageable drum parts. Oops. No, I didn't get it. Not yet. There's a used one that seemed kind of promising, but it's like a TD-11, which I think came out in 2012. Which I'm sure is like totally fine still. I've seen like a number of videos and whatnot about it, and it seems totally serviceable. I'm trying to see if I could get the next one up in the line for roughly the same price. Although that other one that I was talking about, the slightly older one, I think comes with like upgraded cymbals and a I think one of the like Roland noise eaters, one of the pads you put underneath the kick pedal so your neighbors don't hate you. And those on their own go for like $100, which is kind of surprising because it's just like a chunk of rubber and carpet. And that one's like semi-local and I could just drive to it. I'm just cheap. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it. Because the other compounding factor is that I have a friend who... Oh, I thought that was gonna hit me. Oh, it did. I have a friend who plays guitar, and they were looking for someone to, like, play drums as they play guitar, and they're willing to go, like, half on the kit, even though it would be mine. I don't want to form a band, specifically. I think they just want to do it for, like, the novelty of, you know, playing music. but it is, like, technically on my end, 50% off, in the sense that someone else is pitching in. It's my band name. Space Age Stalin and the Communist Synthesizers. No, I don't know. There's no band. Handful of Grandpa. Will it be better or worse than the Lead Street Boys? I don't know. I mean, that guy actually plays guitar. Make my band name really hard to Google. We'll call the band The Google. There's already a band called The, but we could be The. Or just like, that's the letter A 12 times. The two, Yeah, the band name is actually a series of uppercase I's and lowercase L's, and it's 27 characters long. And also our web address ends in .net. Write my band name in wingdings. I don't know. The real thing is, I gotta go and actually stream again, if only for the fact that I could just have like marginally more disposable income. And also it'd probably be good for my mental health. Because that's like part of the bummer with Sims Online shutting down. You know, it's one of those things that you remember, like, all the people you talk to on the internet. And, like, all the little communities you were in. And all the names you remember seeing. And then they, like, steadily fade away as people have other things to do. Or, like, services shut down. Or you hypothetically disappear from the internet for like 4 years. And you kind of wish stuff could stay the same forever. But due to a multitude of factors, it kind of doesn't really work that way. Oops. I do remember Ring Fit. I haven't played it in a while. Oh, I was not as good as dash apostrophe comma. Oh, why is it so warm in here? It's like 50 degrees outside. air out my shirt. Sell my sweaty shirt on eBay. Want to trade one sweaty t-shirt for Roland E drums. No, if I monetize this channel, it's gonna have the same problem. And it'll slowly turn into the main channel that stresses me out. And then I'll have to have a sub-channel for the other one. Yeah, I'll sell my shirt full of ghouls and ghost sweat. I don't know, I don't even really have any good excuse for avoiding the main channel anymore. It's just personal dysfunction. Of which I have a lot, it turns out. People and communities change. Yeah, I know, I hate it. Hit like an apex in like 2017, 2018. It's kind of just been on a slow decline since. Do the hold on screens even work right now? They do! I fixed them. Sometimes friends come over and I show them. And they're like, oh, that's nice. By the way, your PC keyboard's disgusting. And it is. But that has nothing to do with the hold-on screens. I didn't do anything to the keyboard, that's the problem. It's just like a 10-year-old keyboard. Oh. But no, they all work. I fixed the issue with XSplit. Oh no, it's broken! Oh, wait. No, it still goes. They don't work quite as smoothly as they used to because every time XSplit updates, it breaks stuff. But it's good enough. I don't know. I think this is still the best one. If only because I don't know what else I would do to make it better. Actually, no. What I would do is make the colon in 420 flash, like an actual VCR. But like, considering I drew that in Microsoft Paint, it's pretty good. Actually, the other thing I would change about it is in the background on the left side. There are some of those like cross-hatching lines that I did horizontally, when they all should have like roughly gone at the same angle. And that kind of irritates me, but not enough to change it. There it is without the filter, with all of its Microsoft Paint aliasing on the edges. It takes, I don't know, like getting all the hair to be properly wispy is a lot of like drawing a thick line and then carving out the edges with like the right mouse button. I think the VibRibbon one doesn't quite work as well, though. Because the hold on text is like missing frames when it jiggles. It's supposed to look more erratic, but in this case, it kind of just looks like it's a few frames kind of going back and forth. Like, every time XSplit updates, I feel like the compatibility it has with playing GIFs at the proper speed is not any better. It's always somehow more broken. So they don't all look quite like the way that they should, but it's close enough, I guess. Oh, where's the Narrow? There it is. God, remember this? The 8's not lined up. Does this one work? No, that one's still got the weird issues where it doesn't scroll right. I had a different version. I always forget that I made this one, actually. I do love Cave Story, though. This one was mostly just an excuse to play the music. But yes, they all still work. The Danganronpa one might be a little bit fiddly. I know that one still works too. Remember the die map? Oh god. Remember Virtual Corporation? Princess Maker screen. It's in here. There it is. That still works. Age 25! Oh, why am I so old? What happened? Make it stop. Yeah, I don't know how 10 years passed. They just did. I didn't do anything. I don't even know what I did for the last 3 years of my life. Like, I moved here and started my postdoc, and I guess I got a paper published and got some grants, but other than that, I don't know, none of it registers as, like, actual time that happened. I still think my favorite part of the screen is the little No Tango Dinero painting inside the house. That came out pretty well, considering how small it is and how I still had to keep the dithering pattern consistent. The coffee's pretty good. I don't remember if I... No, I almost certainly didn't draw the steam on that. It must have come from something else. Maybe it was from this game, maybe it was another one. I don't know why the coffee's on the floor, or like half the size of the chair. Oh, also the Oregon painting in the background's pretty good as well. Although if you look at the very front of that team of oxen, it kind of falls apart, I'm just realizing. It's like an impressionist painting. You know, it conveys the meaning of a team of oxen, but don't look at it too closely. God. I made a lot of these things in 2014. I don't even have that shirt anymore. It fell apart one day, and I haven't been able to find a good replacement. I remember thinking The creases that I put on the shirt look surprisingly good. Especially the one at the bottom of the giraffe. Although the hair is very chunky. Yeah, and that car ride screen still works. As long as you have RetroArch loaded up. Everything on it still hooks into the right APIs for like the chat and everything. I don't know. Yeah, the hold on screen in the background was the first one. And if you look at it, it's got a bunch of like chat emotes that don't exist anymore. I don't... oh god. I can't like easily pick them out. But I'm sure like a solid half of these are not there anymore. God. I don't know why the background has this weird, like, embossed look to it. It shouldn't. I think it's something to do with the way that it's cropped. But I don't know how to fix it. Hey, it's StereotoneTim. Remember when we had banners on this website and then they took them all away? Yeah, like, I don't think they have the Franker Z emote anymore. They don't have the Narcissa Wright emote. They don't have, I don't even know if they have Brain Slug, but it's not that face anymore. I don't think they have the Destructoid robot. Do they have Franker Z? Oh. I don't know. They don't have, oh god! Just remember that Lord Cat exists. Or existed. In the top right. God, when's the last time you thought about that dude? Never. Oh yeah, sorry, there's a bunch of filters on the old emotes. I guess that's why I haven't seen them in a long time. Because I banned them all. By far the laziest hold-on screen. Which was mostly an excuse to listen to the music. God, it's like so many of them have a billion moving parts and this one's just like this. And the desktop region is me just capturing the sources. It's like nothing. Many such cases. Let's see. I wonder which one has the most moving parts. This one has a fair amount. Not like a huge amount, but like it's a lot of overlaid little crap. They're mostly all like that. No, VibRibbon is still individual pieces. I mean, the big thing that actually animates is a video, but it's like, you know, text, hold on, spinny bit. Twitch/VibRibbon/3D Marquee/individual frame/moved over/ with hair and icon / composited / recentered / bottom cropped / No, Marugo helped with this one. He made the rotating 3D cylinder object in Blender that I put the animated GIF texture over. Yeah, it's probably the Parappa one with the most moving pieces. I don't think the Princess Maker one is that many. No, it doesn't. It's just like background, Steam, the toe tapping GIF. Now, SimCity was complicated, but it was a lot of individual screen caps that I composited together in Paint into one big GIF frame by frame. It's not like in XSplit a bunch of individual tiles. By then it was already put together, so there's really not much to it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, this one. This one's also very basic, but I haven't thought about Undertale in a while. I can't believe Undertale is like not 15, oh god, for 10 years old. That's upsetting. I can't believe Undertale is 50 years old. I can't believe we're closer in time to the building of the pyramids than we were to the release of Undertale. Which one of these is blank? Oh, that one. I have a bunch of scenes that are just labeled as blank, but they're not. Like when I recorded the smile mix that I made, I did it in XSplit. So it's just like text and then a screen cap of Audacity. And I never deleted that for whatever reason. Do I still have the 8-bit No Tengo Dinero? Not currently saved as an XSplit scene, but I have all the pieces of it. So like it's sitting around in a folder somewhere, but it's not like set up. I'm the only person with XSplit installed. Yeah, that's because I have taste. That's because I have an eye for quality. That's because I've been using it since 2009 when it was still called VH Multicam. Used in conjunction with Flash Media Live Encoder. Neither of which exist anymore. And I think the VH was like the name of the guy. It was like Vladimir Heimlihoff or something. I don't know. It works and gets progressively worse every year, but like, Momentum's a hell of a drug. And I paid for the lifetime license and it was like $50. And it works. So why change it? Ew, MIRC. It's Hex Chat or Bust, buddy. Also cannot remember the last time I've logged into that. Time keeps passing and I'm so sick of it. I just want to load up Virtual Dub and use my Easy Cap $25 capture card. Capture standard definition 480i composite video. Stream it at 320 by 240 on Ustream. I have multiple easy caps lying around at my parents' house. They're great, aside from the fact that the internals are a total mystery and there's a billion revisions of them. And some of them are just better than others. Yeah, and then you gotta, like, manually pick what deinterlacing method you want. Or else you'll play Sonic 2 and end up picking up the shield and it won't actually animate. I think I usually use, like, Bob deinterlacing. I don't know. It's like so much time has passed and I don't really feel like I've done anything in the ensuing years. It all just kind of blends together in a very unsatisfying way. I think all the easy caps are like black USB sticks that have a cable squid coming out. I don't remember if they had an S-video input though. I think they did. Maybe they didn't. I know I had a Dazzle that was pretty good, and that had S-video input. I gotta write my paper, or at least try to write my paper. I've been procrastinating so hard on that thing. No, this is the last one. For now. And then it's like back to lab work. But I was so incredibly unproductive last month. Feels like everything is kind of just one protracted, depressive episode after another. I did see the urgent news. Oh god, Chompers, what are we gonna do? We're gonna be like those last people on Xbox Live playing Halo 2 when they shut it down. It's such a bummer. I've talked about it enough already, but like, I thought Sims Online would always be there. Can I even call myself a casino owner anymore? God, I still think about that one time we went into that other dude's casino lot and spamming like, is this the not quite #1 casino? Or maybe that was you who said that, Persia Kalos. That was still very funny. Or remember the Sims Online Awards? And how mad Harry Potter got? And then we got that little model of the lot, which I've kept as a trophy in the mayor's office this whole time. Or like picking up people's laptops and bringing them to the corner of the property so they couldn't find them anymore. Oh, you said that? Close enough. Okay, there are centrinos. Yeah, because with Sims Online, the issue always was that the main gameplay mechanic, unless you're building something, is just so incredibly slow. Like, oh, I'm gonna learn my skills. Let me just click a thing and then sit in a chair and wait for 2 hours and the bar goes up. Or like begging somebody to put a buffet out so your character doesn't starve to death. So you can continue filling up your bars, so then maybe you could go to work and make like $200 and eventually buy a marginally more upgraded stove to upgrade your bars a little bit better. You know what we gotta do now? We all have to have an Exodus to Second Life. Another dying property. Oops. Give me your lindens. Isn't Second Life banned on Twitch? Oh. We'll stream it on Hitbox. We'll stream it on Disco Melee. Isn't that just life? Yeah, but that's the problem, Kevin. I want escapism. I don't want, like, a dollhouse version of the life that I currently lead. With, like, all of its boring tedium. Like, I would not have sunk nearly as much time into The Sims Online if I did not have a bunch of people who gave me money to actually kickstart the building of the property and get to the actual fun part of the game. If I had to play that, you know, with the intended gameplay mechanics, doing the, like, work jobs, learning skills, jamming 24/7, it would be miserable. But why play the game as intended when you can go e-begging for virtual money? I haven't actually read the announcement. Did they say why they're shutting it down? Is it a cost issue, or is it just like general disinterest? No one plays and the game doesn't work with no players. So wait, we just need to, like, get more people to log on? Is that it? Oh, yeah. Fair enough. I mean, I can't imagine continuing to debug a piece of software that came out like 22 years ago. And I still never even got that soccer ball for the lot that I wanted. I had the soccer field set up and everything. Oh, they're gonna take away my golden toilet. I don't even think the golden toilet was stolen. I think I had it... So back when I had the money maze on the lot, where you'd go through all those doors and pay money and maybe go to the wrong one, at the end there was like a little fancy house and I put the golden toilet in there. But eventually, when I cleared that out and made the mayor's house, I was not paying attention and deleted everything really fast, and I think I deleted the golden toilet there. Oh, a real toilet. It's like all the paintings from the Stuart Gardner Museum. Oh god. Last night I was having a bad time and I spent like an hour talking to the crisis line. And they said, oh, is it okay if we call you tomorrow to follow up? Is 4:30 good? And I said, yeah, whatever, because it was like midnight. Well, it's almost 4:30. I don't know if they're actually going to call me. Probably. Should probably pick up the phone so they're not compelled to call the cops. Tell them I'm busy. Hey, yeah, sorry, I'm busy killing myself right now. Can you call back? Would be a rough population to leave hanging. Well, that's the problem, they're trying not to leave you hanging. Let me just take your joke and rephrase it so it is less funny and more obvious. Oh. Ouch. I don't know, I should probably actually do something to address all this instead of just complaining to some anonymous person on the other end of the phone like every other week. It's like, hello person, I know you have no capacity to fix any of my issues, and personally neither do I, but I'm gonna make it your problem for the next 45 minutes. And then I'm just gonna go to bed. See if the Seroquel kicks in. Isn't that what the stream is for? Kind of. I try to not overdo it because I know it's a bummer. And everyone else has their own issues as well. Although sometimes it is hard to contain. Oh no, it's the cops. Oh, okay, they're going to someone else. Oh man, remember that This Is the Police game? Whatever it was called. Police Simulator. I still think that was incredibly funny. Just that you could, like, mow a dude down with an automatic rifle and then write them a ticket. And, like, leave it on their corpse. And then say, "This is the police." What a great video game. Oh, whoops. I forgot to jump. Which one was the Autobahn game? Oh, was that the one with the create a character who looked really creepy? I took all those screenshots. All those screenshots that have, like, thousands of views in the Steam community and a bunch of comments that are all from Germans. You do have that dude as your profile pic. That's how I know it's you every time I see it. Oh, Code Blue is what you're thinking of. I got that for Christmas as a kid because my mom wanted me to be a doctor. But then it scared me because everybody yelled at me when I was a bad doctor. It's one of those video games that is not intended to be scary, but when you're like 10 years old, you get freaked out by anything. You're sitting alone in your room in the dark, just illuminated by an old chunky monitor glow. Technically, I am a doctor, that is true. It's not one that is especially useful for anything other than writing grants and calling the suicide hotline. I don't think you could kill... Well, actually, no, you could kill people in those games. I think. Because they had, like, good outcomes and bad outcomes, and I think you could also just, like, defib people who didn't need it and it would kill them. Or something. God, what does it take to be called professor? Like, presumably, you know, you have the role, or like the job title of professor, but like, do you have to teach? Do you have to have a formal professorship? Because that always seemed like a good job title. You know, there are a few, like, things you could append to your name that carry that much cachet. It could be, like, detective, or president, or professor, things like that. I mean, like, does Professor Oak teach a class? I don't think so. He's just a dude. He just looks at Pokemon really closely. University of Kanto. Oh yeah, from Farming Sim, which I played in like 2012. I remember that. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. He was teaching on TV in the first episode. I don't know, it doesn't really count as a class. You know, it's like Bill Nye the science guy. He's not the science professor. It's like Beekman's World. Oops. Like, Dr. Robotnik is not Professor Robotnik. so it's not just having a doctorate. Where did Robotnik get his PhD? At the University of Mobius. He wrote his thesis on the Mean Bean Machine. Got it published in Nature. Theorem on the efficient robotization of beans into robot beans. Professor's a title given in academic fields to distinguish lead researchers who have achieved notoriety in their field. I guess. Because we also have, like, PI a lot as, like, principal investigator. But normally for that, you're, like, PI on a grant, or, like, a specific project. Or, like, co-I, like, co-investigator. But if you're, like, hi, I'm an investigator of whatever, or primary investigator of whatever, it is not as cool as saying professor. Like, I just want people to refer to me as, like, prof, or doc. That seems good. Did you become professor of gooning? That's a good... Well, you have to write a thesis first. And then we'll talk. Got my doctorate in gooning. I have to be internationally notable in my field. What if my field is just ghouls and ghosts? What if you're like a world record speedrunner? That's the same. You do not want to know the source for the gooning thesis. Oh, I can take a pretty good guess. Oh no, it's 4:31. I hope they don't actually call me. I don't really want to talk to anybody. I love gooning, is what I'll say when I pick up the phone. Sorry, can't talk, I'm gooning. Thanks for calling me, though. Have a nice jelk. I should pick up the phone and say something, though. Just so they're not inclined to send the police. I gotta say, like, sorry, I'm playing Ghouls and Ghosts, and there's no pause button. I'm playing Goons and Ghosts. Oh, don't hit me. Oh. Well, I do have to close this blind so my neighbor doesn't complain about the grow lights. I love winter. I love it being dark at 5 o'clock. I love having banal conversations with people where it always begins, "Wow, it's really dark out now, isn't it?" It's a fun alternative to saying, wow, have you seen that weather? Does that cloud look sort of like a tree to you? I don't know why we just don't get rid of daylight savings time. Like, I know it's not even an interesting conversation to have, because I think everybody essentially agrees. It's just aggravating. Like, why do we do this to ourselves every year? It's like, oh boy, it's that time of year when I gotta remember what arcane combination of buttons on my car radio changes the time. Or just make a mental note that I'm not actually an hour late to work every day. And like, the time on my oven is just gonna be fucked forever, because God knows how that works. Oh shit. I was cooking for somebody once, and they were really aggravated how there were like 3 separate clocks in my kitchen that all had different times, so they went and changed all of them to be correct. And then when they left, I unplugged the microwave, so that one went back to flashing 12 o'clock. Because I need that little bit of control over my environment. What is an electronica pulsar? Oh, a watch. That's right. For some reason I was thinking melodica, or melodica, or however you say that. The instrument. Thinking it's kind of weird to carry that around with you to tell the time. No, don't hit me. Ah! Thank you. Clock will eventually be correct again. Yeah, watch clock never boils, as they say. No, 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 So much for that. Did I hear the most mysterious song on the internet was solved? No? I only vaguely know what that is. Not anything I kept up with. Wasn't there also something about, like, some random, like, female model that people were trying to figure out their identity? And that was recently solved, like, last month or something. Which, like, Reddit pushed to me the day of, and I had no context for what was actually happening, but it had a lot of comments, so I guess it meant something to someone. I don't know what the background for that is either. Oh, God. Shit. What am I gonna do with this? I guess it's better. Oh. Where are the other chests? Oh, it's Ratchet scrolling. Oh, it's even worse. Let's try it. Oh, hey! Hooray, video games. Anyway, play the game again. The crisis line calls back, I'll have to say, sorry, I'm on the second run of Ghouls and Ghosts. I have to find the psycho power. I have to put on my magic armor and open the magic box. Have I tried putting my magic armor on IRL? What is this, like some Heaven's Gate cult? Put on your special shoes and, well, I don't have my magic armor anymore. I don't know where the magic box is. Yeah, the Mono Cult. It's the only one. Oh, I think my controller is coming apart. I feel like the up is not registering the way that it used to. And the little silicone gasket thing, the silicone bit that goes under the D-pad is probably tearing like it used to. I've already replaced it. Got some like cheapo third-party replacement on Amazon, which I'm sure is not gonna last. The PS3 controller never had that issue. God damn it. No, I meant to make it not JJJ. JJJ, the jet plane. I have to go to the bathroom. Maybe I'll do that. I still haven't lowballed that dude for the drum kit. Maybe I should just send him a message like, are you a real person? Or like a really long explanation. Because you have low feedback currently on eBay, I am going to offer you less money. I hope you understand. Purely hedging my bets as the buyer. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I should take my phone with me in case the police call. Hey, good news, they haven't called. Maybe they think I died. Let me get something to drink. Three years since I started playing Ghouls and Ghosts. Am I still playing this? Feels like it should be so much later than 4:45. How's your Saturday, chat? Have you played Ghouls and Ghosts recently? How much is a Ghouls and Ghosts arcade machine? I don't want one. I'm just curious. Or just set it up in the bathroom. Take the toilet out. Put this in its place. Yeah, is it more or less than a drum kit? Trying to A-rank Final Chase. Is that the Shadow one? And Final Rush is Sonic? Yeah, that one kind of stinks. The Sonic one is at least kind of easy, because there's a bunch of really big, like, jumps you can do to skip chunks of the level. It's in New York, Melville. Herman Melville's selling his arcade machine? That is decidedly more than an E-drum kit. Lowball them on eBay. I was thinking about it, but then when I went to the bathroom, I googled, like, you know, should I take a chance on somebody with no feedback? And the Reddit thread was like, if it were $20, hell no, but or if it were $20, maybe, but for $800, hell no. And now I feel like I shouldn't do it. It's mostly not even like fear that I'm going to lose money on it, it's just a headache if it ends up actually being a scam. Then you just have like money tied up that you ultimately have to wait for like eBay and PayPal customer service to come and reimburse you, and I don't know. What I should really do is reverse image search all the pictures on that listing. Or I'll just forego the whole thing and do what they did on Doug and start banging on a trash can. Strumming on a street light. Or is it drumming on a street light? I don't remember. God, I can't believe Doug Funny died in a chemical explosion. It's the weirdest way to end that series. He finally got his dream job working at the beet pickling plant. And then there was a gas leak and the whole place went up. Also, I haven't had a successful run of Ghouls and Ghosts for a while. Oh, he's coming. I like that they just have this comedy cartoon for children, and they just name the main character Funny. Here's my new show. It's starring the character Billy Jokenheimer. Kraken Weisenstein. Well, they did call him Skeet Face, Kevin. At least once. Have I seen how bad the Dead Rising Deluxe remake is? No, I never played Dead Rising. The only thing I remember about Dead Rising is that it was one of those Xbox 360 games where if you didn't have it running on an HD TV, all the text was way too small. Which is like a very 2006 memory. Or 7. Okay. If you stand at the very end of that tongue, when it goes and reverses direction, it will actually drop you off. In case you're wondering what happened. But it is still stupid. Anyway, what is wrong with the Dead Rising remaster? Is that the last game that came out with serve bots in it? From Mega Man Legends? Even just as a cameo? That's really lazy AI upscaled images. Yeah, well, bad news. That's the future we live in now. Least amount of effort for maximal returns. I say now as if that's like a new thing. Oh, I thought you said no in-game minors, and I was briefly confused. They don't let you kill kids in the new Dead Rising game. The previous game had working reflecting mirrors. Yeah, but it's just like me in real life, where you avoid all mirrors and reflections. That sounds like a plus. How was that Silent Hill remaster? Oh hey, none of the stuff's spawning him. Hooray, easy boss. How many games are in that series? I only really hear people talk about the first two. Oops. Stop numbering them after 4. Are they spooky? If I have no tolerance for spooky video games, would I like it? God, remember Amnesia? All the YouTube videos that game gave rise to. Did they make any more after A Machine for Pigs, or was that the last one? And then it just turned into, like, Unity Asset Slender Mode, or Slenderman games. We're good. That's not armor, is it? No. Did they make an Amnesia movie? Amnesia, a movie for pigs. Well, the knife is the best weapon, but the starter weapon's pretty good. Or it is at least not like a straight downgrade, like a number of them are. Where the other ones are only good in like very limited situations. No, you start with the lance. I think the knife does like 3/4 damage, but you can throw it out so much faster that it ends up compensating. Don't quote me on the number, I just base that off of feel. I don't actually know what the value is. The ultimate weapon's really good, actually. The thing with the ultimate weapon is that the damage it does is based on how close you are. So the range is not quite as far, but if you hit somebody, like a boss, at like the very start of it, you can kill them in like 3 hits or something ridiculous. For the big slug boss, it's kind of tricky because it's right at the edge that you can hit it with, but for every other boss that you're able to get up in its face, you can just kill him really fast. As I will demonstrate. No, but the AVGN episode was Ghosts and Goblins, the NES port. By Micronix, I believe. That did a bunch of other bad NES ports. The original Ghosts and Goblins also doesn't really control that great, even the arcade version. Maybe that was closer to like 5 hits. Also, I think this weapon can like eat projectiles that are incoming. And it also doesn't have a charge-up function, so there's no point in getting the gold armor. Oh. Don't want that. It is a butt. Okay, we're gonna beat it. There's so many lives left. I'm gonna get another at like 100,000 points. Oh, it doesn't go through those projectiles. I thought it did. talked myself into a corner. Oh, man. Alright, well. Just gotta get to the checkpoint. You can get the weapon again, you just have to get the gold armor. And then one of the next chests you'll open will be the psycho power. But if you don't have the ultimate, or the gold armor, it doesn't spawn. So I'm probably not gonna get it until the next level. I just gotta not lose to this boss. Yay. Now I'm gonna jump off the cliff now. I'm not. So many lives left. All the enemies spawn too fast. Yep. Well. That's not great. Just get me to the checkpoint. I don't care. No, I hope that counted. Oh, man. Okay. It didn't. Oh well. At least everything's slow. But if the level doesn't spawn in all the way this time, then I'm just gonna lose another life. Oh, that thing flashing in the background kind of makes me think it's not gonna do it, right? No. Well, the knife would probably be easier to beat the boss, but then I'd have to get the power in the next level, which probably could. Let's just hope and pray that all the platforms are there. Yay. Oh no. Okay. Still good. Still good. Okay. Oh, god damn it. I hate this boss. I should have gotten the knife. Oh, come on. What did I do? I think the run is over. I thought I was supposed to get another one up at some point. I never did. Oh. Boo. I don't want to play it anymore. I have to write my thing, but I don't want to do that either. Haven't played this for a little bit. I just gotta get that thing done, and then I'll feel better having it off my shoulders. But I'm lazy. Oh, I haven't played this for a little while. Goodbye, muscle memory. Goodbye, muscles. And my memory. Oh, oops, that would have been a chain. God, I haven't played Puyo Versus in a while either. Or, Panel Attack. Oh, no! Man, I suck at this. Tired out my fingers by playing Ghouls and Ghosts. I guess that. Yeah, eventually it just kind of becomes work for, like, the skill upkeep for some of these games. Like, they are ostensibly supposed to be fun, but there's a lot of moments of just like, I remember being better than this. Now I'm aggravated. Now I'm just not gonna play it anymore. But at least I remembered gentleness. Gotta refresh those column skills. I really, really don't. God, I can't believe Puyo Tetris on the Vita is going to last longer than The Sims Online. So depressing. Man, I will be crushed when the Vita store and all the network features go down. Or whatever network features still work. It's crazy to me that they can just have, you know, the Vita network still exist in the busted form that it's in. I mean, same with the PlayStation 3. Like, that's still hobbling along. Which is great, I'm glad it's still, like, quote-unquote supported, but at the same time, like, surely someone at Sony has got to look through the store and see how, like, every other listing is just full of broken images and think, like, you know, someone should fix this. We can't have an actual product taking people's money that looks like this. Yeah, PlayStation Home was great. Wasn't there a private server for that came back up? Also, to clarify, PlayStation Home was terrible. But it was free. And that was good. It's like the only reason I even ended up with the PS3 was because it had free online play. Not anymore. I mean, I guess the PlayStation 3 might still technically have free online play, but Sony as a whole does not. Glad the homebrew community is keeping the Wii alive. I don't know. Like, I'm glad they keep these things going, but I can't say I've ever wanted to go back and use the Wii. I mean, yeah, for emulation it's okay. If you're playing, like, non-Rareware and 64 games, you can make WADs for those and run it on the official emulator, and those are pretty okay. But, like, I don't know. I guess there are some games that are only really best experienced with the Wiimote. But I never had Skyward Sword or anything. And I've never really felt compelled to go back and play more Wii Sports. Even though I waited outside in a line at Toys R Us to get the thing. It was definitely a moment in time that has since passed. I forget, did the Wii have, like, 480p output for GameCube titles? Because you have those hideously expensive GameCube composite cables, but then you can get the really cheap ones for the Wii. Like those multi-console cable snakes that have, like, inputs for different consoles. Wii included. I like the fact that you can turn on Mario Kart Wii on the console and still play online. Yeah, but why play Mario Kart Wii when you could play Mario Kart DS? The best one. If Nintendo had their way, they'd still be selling that new in-box for like $40. Double Dash is not the best Mario Kart game. Chat, what is the best Mario Kart game? And why is it Mario Kart DS? Mario Kart DS had the added fun of the minigame where you had to, like, sit on your sofa and lean your DS against the window to just barely pick up your neighbor's Wi-Fi signal so you could play online because your parents still have dial-up internet and no Wi-Fi. And also all those other official minigames. God, remember Super Mario 64 DS and all those weird new stages they added that were just like little boss arenas, none of which really felt like they belonged in the actual game. Or how strange it was to just play as, like, Yoshi and pick up the cap that turns you into Wario, so you're just Wario, except he's making Yoshi sounds. Which always kind of creeped me out. Oh, the gambling minigames are great. Or how they just had the Mario Sunshine music for some of those minigames. You gotta play it with the wrist strap, so you still have analog control. Or not the wrist strap, the thumb nubbin. I mean, I have my DS here, which I had modded for a capture card. I just don't have the thumb strap with it because when I put the capture card in, the micro USB port had to be cut out of the little area that would otherwise hold it on. The only thing is, I'm not entirely sure how I'd capture the audio. At some point I had some, like, USB audio in device, but I don't think it came with me when I moved. So it would just be picked up over the microphone. But it is still the best way to play Owendon games. Especially when you have an old DS and you don't care how badly the screen gets scratched up. It's such a drag they don't make a new Elite Beat Agents. What else am I supposed to play on the bus to high school? Do single cart multiplayer. Hey, I remember gentleness. Everyone knows it's windy. Also, I'm starting to get the feeling that they're not actually going to call me back today. Which is for the best, because I don't especially want to talk to them. Oh yeah, I forgot about The World Ends With You. It's like that and Ghost Trick are games on the DS I always wish I played, but just never got around to. But I think you can just play Ghost Trick on your phone at this point. assume I'm dead. I guess. I'll have to call them back and be like, you guys said you were gonna call and you didn't, now I'm actually gonna do it. All the best games are on mobile now. God, the only game I actually have on my phone is SF Cave, which I've had since my first iPhone in like 2009. And it's essentially just that helicopter game from Newgrounds where you click and it makes the helicopter go up, and when you let go, the helicopter starts falling and you just go through a cave and try not to hit the edges. And it still works. Like, the battery life on my phone is god-awful to the degree that, you know, it's not even worth playing a game on it. Got this iPhone 12 mini with a max battery capacity of like 75% or something. It's grim. But they make phones too large. I can't get a small phone anymore, so I'm holding on to that thing forever. What am I doing? That? No, seriously, Burst Axe. I need a new EVA. And it's gotta have, like, the really tinny audio quality of the original as well. That. Yeah, I don't want Balatro on the phone. I don't want to have to restart all of my progress in Balatro. A Nintendo phone would be so awful. Yeah, I know, if you wanted to get in contact with anybody, you'd have to remember this really long string of numbers. Could you imagine? I noticed none of you are laughing, but I know that's the funniest joke I'm going to make today. You laughed on the inside. Thanks. That's where it counts. I didn't lowball the drum dude, I'm worried. If he had, like, literally one piece of feedback, maybe I would do it. I mean, I guess I could, like, send him a message and see if he talks like a normal person or like a robot. I just don't feel like having... Like, even assuming he takes whatever lowball offer I put in, like hundreds of dollars tied up in a transaction that I'm reasonably sure is not legitimate. You know, I'm not worried about losing the money, I'm just worried about it being a pain in the ass. Do I still have Nintendo stock? Yeah, that didn't go anywhere. It's me. I own Nintendo. Every time you turn on your Switch, you have to say thank you, or I'll take it away. Ah, god damn it. No, if you lowball them and they say yes, you effectively commit to the purchase. Maybe I'll send him a message and be like, does everything work? Let's see. I guess that doesn't cost anything. Hello. Does everything work on this kit? Question mark? What is the question? Well, I guess I could ask, does it come with the drum throne, like in the picture? Let's see. Does he say? Okay, I'm gonna ask. Does it come with the throne and kick pedal? Question mark. Actually, hello! Exclamation point. Does it come with the throne and kick pedal? Thanks! Exclamation point. Whoops, misspelled thanks. There's no B in that. I mean, if you were gonna scam somebody, you would put it more temptingly below market price. You know, you'd list it at like 600. Yeah, can you tell me how the drum throne smells? I'm only interested in a musty throne. That's the band name. It's Musty Throne. He responded! Already! He just said, yup. Oh. What does that mean? I mean, I know what yup means, but if you say, like, does it come with these things in the image, and they just say yup? That almost makes me think it's not legitimate. Because it's like, yeah, sure, buddy, whatever you say. Does it come with these parts? Absolutely. Money, please. Thank you. Ask, like, does it come with these extra things? And then when he's like, sure does, then I lowball him to be a real asshole. See, now I feel even worse if I were to give him, like, 700. Like, oh good. Accessories. I'll lowball him and say, like, oh, if it comes with those accessories, I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna store them. Oh, that's an additional surcharge when I have to rent out the self-storage locker to put the kick pedal. Oh, it really complicates things on my end. about it. I love how much thought is going into this for literally the opportunity to make an offer that I know is like 99% not going to be accepted. Send him a sob story about how I'm a poor college student who always wanted to play the drums. When I bought my CDI on eBay, there was one that I was trying to get, and it had a lot of games. Lot as in, like, you know, not like a lot, but a lot. But not like a lot. But, like, eBay terms, a lot of games. And I was like, hey, I'm a poor college student. Can I just get the CDI? I don't want, like, the $300 copy of Faces of Evil. And they said, no. You have to buy all of it. So I'm 1 for 1 on that not working. Just the poor college student who always wanted to have a CD interactive. I always wanted to play The Seventh Guest, Hotel Mario. Do you think Nintendo's ever going to re-release those CDI video games in any capacity? I don't know who owns the rights to them. But it seems like a funny thing, and there have been so many little IP crossovers with Nintendo in this day and age that I would not be surprised. Yeah, but I'm sure Nintendo wants to forget that the Virtual Boy exists, and yet they keep putting cameos of that thing and stuff, so... I mean, it's money. You know what Nintendo should re-release? That Wario Land game for the Virtual Boy. Wait, let me look at this listing again. Okay, well, it's an okay kick pedal. Does the Throne have a brand? Oh, it's one of the Pro Line ones. I think that's the Guitar Center house brand. I don't know. I mean, if I offer him half, that rounds to 100. So it's like he's got all the money. If you think about it. But don't think about it too hard. Alternatively, I'll just milk this subject of conversation for the next 4 hours and then ultimately not offer anything. What if everyone in chat sent lower offers? Honestly, that's not a terrible idea. He gets a bunch of offers that are like $400 or $500, and then I swoop in there with like 600. It's like, oh shit, I gotta get this one. That's kind of brilliant. I'm kind of considering it. Oh, but what if one of you wins it? And then you're on the line for like $500. What's the listing? Oh, I don't know. It's Roland RD 17 TD. I mean, KV eBay floor model. It's this one. Like it doesn't immediately jump out as a scam. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just linking you. And that's not like, I'm not saying you should do it, wink wink. I mean, don't actually do it. Because then that obligates me to do it. And what if I win? What is the, like, sign that he has in the back of this? But to make yourself feel nothing so as not to feel anything, what a waste. What does that mean? Oh, why doesn't XSplit let me drag images from my browser in here? I don't want to have to screen cap it. What can we learn about this man? He likes inspirational quotes. He likes dodgy wiring. I don't... What does this go to? Is this like a light-up poster? He likes to be happy, which I'm in favor of. He likes sequin dresses. He might live in a dorm. I don't know what this is supposed to be art of. Yeah, I don't know, not much. He likes taking similar photos of the same thing. Oh, what's that say? Pumpkin spice and everything nice. Oh no, he's basic. Oh, I don't want it. Same listing for 700. Oh, I see. Oh, but that's the same username on that Depop list. Wait, it's the same xx.sil guy. What does that mean? Listed 2 months ago. Yeah, I guess it's probably a scam. Should just offer him $1. I mean, it could be someone else's images, but why is it the same username? Yeah. Send him the link and be like, hey, will you do $700? I found it on this other website. It's the same thing. He has the same guitar listed on Depop as well as listed on eBay. Interesting. Well, that would be funny to just send him the listing and be like, you take 7? I found it on this website for 7. It's his listing and his photos. Does the poster come with it? If I get these drums, do you think I will be able to live, laugh, and love? Yeah, maybe they have a Black Friday deal. I mean, I'm looking for something used, ideally. Save a little bit of money. Some of my dollary doobs. Well, I guess that answers that. What do they even have on Depop? I thought that was mostly used clothing. Oh, they have it listed under Roland Klein. That's really funny. On that Depop thing. Because I guess it's like a fashion label. But because it's a Roland brand drum set, he's got it listed under the same thing. Hashtag drum set, hashtag drums, hashtag music. Hashtag thump thump, bang bang. Maybe I should just get petty revenge for wasting so much bandwidth on this and just report the account for being a scam. Ask them if they're gamer drums. Could I use these drums to play Super Mario? What if Super Mario smoked weed? I can't offer him a mouse from the lab. I'd get fired. They're all genetic lines. Man, the state of online shopping is so grim. I just want to buy something drastically under market price. Is that so much to ask? Am I still playing piano? I am. I was playing earlier today. And if I were not so embarrassed at how remedial my playing is, I would show you. But my MO is to not show off anything unless I'm reasonably sure it's pretty good. So then I'll just bust it out one day and it'll be like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. And if it never gets to that point, then I cast it away forever. Did I grow up playing instruments? No. I had a replica Ocarina of Time ocarina. And like the Beatles ocarina songbook that they also sold on that website. Play a hot rendition of Nowhere Man. Which warps you to Liverpool. Which is coincidentally next to the Fire Temple. Like, I'm not especially musically inclined, but after making the Smile mix, I don't know, kind of set something off. Or like, just more interested in giving it a shot. Maybe going from like, I'm really good at appreciating music to like, I can kind of make the funny sounds on my Beat Boot machine. I don't know. Maybe it'll just be some sort of passing phase. Here's a fun trick to save money. If you think you might be interested in buying something, don't do it. There you go. Is it more embarrassing to have a goth phase or a music phase in your early 30s? Music for sure. Oh no, this 10-year-old child is way better at this thing than I'll ever be. And is also not full of existential dread for how they wasted their life. And also does not have to pay taxes. I did at least figure out recently how to make the keyboard I have this, like, funky detuned piano sound. So I could learn those, like, late 60s Beach Boys songs off of, like, Wild Honey or something. The only limiting factor is my ability to play anything, which is real limiting. But I can turn all the knobs and press all the dials and make it sound like shit, and that's almost as fun. Oh. You ask the drum guy if it comes with a whammy bar. What is even the scam on eBay for that dude? Because, like, PayPal is not gonna let you keep the money. Oh, you know, I wonder if it's the shipping thing. Because he has it listed as like $12 to ship, and he'll be like, oh, sorry, I can't actually do it that much. Do you want to, like, you know, cash at me like another $100 or something, and then he runs away with that. Oh, maybe it's a cursed drum set. I didn't think about that, Kevin. I just thought it was a Roland. Oh. Oh, why am I still playing this? I'm losing. Hate you, video games. I guess that. Oh. Okay, no. I don't know, I'll have to keep my eye out for something used, I guess. Alternatively, if any of you happen to have an electronic drum kit that's not too old and are willing to allow me to lowball you, let me know. I do love to lowball. And as the only person with proof of their own consciousness on this planet, at least that I can attest to, you might as well give it to me. It's doing a net negative for the universe if you don't. It's like why this game should just let me win. What's the point in making me lose if the game doesn't experience pain nor joy? Blue Man Group branded keyboard? Is there still the Blue Man Group? What even was the Blue Man Group? In my mind, I always thought it was like the Harlem Globetrotters of stage shows. You know, it looks like they're doing a thing, but they're not actually doing a thing. It's not about the product, it's about the performance. What sounds does it make? I heard Santa's going to Kokomo for you. Oh yeah, absolutely. Anything for you, Mike Love. I'll learn Be True to Your Bud on it. But like, why... Oh, now I gotta look this thing up. Why is it Blue Man Group branded? Do they play keyboard? Blue Man Group instruments? Oh yeah, 4x3. 14 years ago.
Hi, my name is Dan Augusto.
He's not blue.
And I'm
Wait a
taking a look
minute.
at the Blue Man Group keyboard experience. The
There
line
you
between
go.
instrument and toy is often tough to spot, but today we're going to camp out right on top of that line as we take a look at this, the keyboard experience.
Why does it
The new
look like
instrument from the
that?
Blue Man Group.
What is the
Usually
keyboard
that's
experience?
this sort of thing, something marketed by a smash hit theater group, but Blue Man is an exception. Practically all of their show is about music making, and all of the cast are musicians. So we figured, most
The hell is
all
this?
we have to do is wave our hands.
Why is it covered in Mario warp pipes? What?
And we get sounds out of them. Over here we got a kick drum or
What?
actually it's a low tom, snare,
What?
hi-hat, clap, and of course a crash cymbal. This sensor over here, it's labeled volume, but in this mode, we can put our we can.
Oh,
wave
this
over
is
it.
so strange.
Just wave once.
What's a Sega
So this is the
Genesis?
type of sound that you'd hear from like the tube instruments that you'd actually see at the show if you were to go see Blue Man Group.
But
Um,
the Blue Man Group tube instruments? What? Bar rescues grossest pizzas. Where are the comments? I want to buy it from my niece, but I'm pretty sure I'll play with it. I have this. Me too. What is Vlogging All Night up to? Welcome to the Vlogging All Night official page. Here's my Peter Griffin Fortnite character. Official Peter Griffin. I got big news. Happy Halloween. I got my braces on Grandpa passed. Oh my god. Grandpa got surgery. Official Grandpa surgery video.
Okay, guys, so right now,
Oh.
but my grandfather, once I came home
This is
from
grim.
Massachusetts, which is
God, if somebody vlogs me dying. Actually, I'd be all for it.
rolled out a pair of instruments available in most toy stores.
hey guys, vlogging all night here. So
Wait, what is playing?
best friend Lauren.
I only have one tab.
20th birthday.
Volume, but in this, you go. Sometimes switching between sounds can be a little confusing because you have to use different button presses, but that can lead.
Do you ever wonder
to
what the
more
overseas companies that make all this
sometimes you end up
plastic
doing
crap for
something
us think that they're
you
doing?
May not necessarily have meant to
What
do,
assumptions they
but
make about
may turn
us
out
as a
cool.
culture
So here's our
when they
organ
make the
sound.
Blue Man Group tube keyboard.
Again, a sort of lo-fi toy sound. Guitar. Trumpet. Violin. As you can hear, when I press this button, we actually hear a short preview of the sound.
Beautiful.
And then here's the tube sound again.
Love that tube sound. Wish my keyboard had a better tube sound. Anyway. Wahoo. How's your evening, chat? Do you have any good motivation for me to finish my paper? Or at least continue working on it and have it finished by Monday or Tuesday? You don't? Oh, okay. That's fine. Believe in me. I don't want belief. I want someone to do it for me. Today when I could put it off for tomorrow, but then I'll be even more stressed out tomorrow, and then I'll be paralyzed with stress and not work on it, and then it'll be Monday, and then I'll be kicking myself for how little I've done, and I won't want to start it because it'll feel insurmountable. Spent time yesterday doing it, but instead I was mucking around with the keyboard and having ChatGPT generate me a photo of the Beatles rooftop concert, except it was on top of the South Tower. And it turns out ChatGPT does not want you to generate images of the Beatles. I asked ChatGPT to write it. Because then it's fraud. And also, it's not going to do a very good job actually citing literature. Also, it totally did generate those images for me. They're maybe too tasteless to share, though. And I'm nothing if not highbrow. I do think the funniest thing about the images it generated was that it would not generate anything that said the Beatles, but instead it just has, like, the text in the Beatles font that just says the British, which is almost as good. Hang on. Did it save any of those? God, what even prompted this? Oh! Somebody... I was talking to a friend, and they were saying, why are there no Beach Boys songs about jet fuel and steel beams? And I asked ChatGPT to generate me one, and it did, including the incredible line, "She's my little 9/11." And then I kind of just got distracted. Think the fun, fun, fun rhythm. It's not good. It also doesn't go to that rhythm either. And then I just kind of... it just kind of went, and then I asked for, like, band posters for it. Which... I mean, it's... I don't know. And then I just kept re-rolling it, and it just kept giving me things. Oh no. You could see the steel beams perform live as Brian Wilson just kind of sits there. Oh god. Oh, there's so many of these. There's so many of these. And then I said, please make me another one, and it did. And it just kept doing it. Well, no, I did specify, I want Brian Wilson to be expressing deep distress in the image, which is why he looks like that. I also asked if they could have Mike Love looking sinister and gleeful, and it did not do a very good job. Let's see. Oh, it took a really long time to get it to generate any of the Beatles ones. What's your favorite British invasion band? Mine is the British. Alternatively, this one almost says the Beatles. Yeah, and then it kind of just got worse. Anyway. That was my evening. And then ChatGPT went down for like 30 minutes and I was probably responsible. I hope I've passed the audition. Also, I apologize. At a certain point, it just kind of becomes a game to see how you can bypass the content filters in it. Like, oh, well, you can't ask for an image of Sonic the Hedgehog. And you can't ask for an image of the Beatles. But if you're like, give me a 60s British invasion band with 4 members, I guess it's enough in the cultural zeitgeist that by default it'll generate stuff that looks like the Beatles. Ask the bot to generate the Donner Party. Is that a thing that it won't do? Generate me a picture of Saturn devouring his son, but it's Sonic the Hedgehog. And he's devouring Tails. Oh, is it so warm in here? Is says it's 72 degrees, but it feels way more than that. Maybe I took too many thyroid drugs. Oh, I meant to be productive today. Oh, someone's gotta pull the controller from me. I am gonna write at least a little bit. Or else the darkness will begin to set in. Also, speaking of, they never called me back. It's like they don't even care. Alternatively, they have a massive call backlog of people to get to. Go, chain, go. Do you think it would even generate a song if I said, generate me a Beach Boys song about jelking? Does ChatGPT make audio? Do you need something else for that? I miss when we could laugh at all these like AI audio things, like how you'd have the AI song recreations or like song continuations, and there'd be a really obvious drop-off in quality where you could all laugh at how terrible it is, instead of now it's like, oh, that's legitimately good in a deeply scary kind of way. Why learn to create anything when a robot can do it better and faster than you've ever dreamed of? Do I remember the Vice City radio I worked on? Oh, how could I forget? At least ChatGPT would never be funny enough to think of putting the Rafflecopter sound in their parody radio station. God, at this point, I wonder if I could almost... Like, I don't know. You could just ask it to generate AI lyrics for any of these MIDI files that don't even have the karaoke lyrics attached to it. Because before, that was like the limiting factor for which songs are going to be in there completely. Or which ones are just like crappy MIDI instrumentals. I hate the future. I'm gonna go back. But if I go back, then I'm in, like, grad school again. I don't want to go back to that part. I want to go back to my very specific, idealized version of the past where I gloss over all the terrible things. Give me my sanitized nostalgia. It is kind of wild in retrospect how you can just have a robot generate you an image of literally anything ever. And like, at a certain point, it's like, yeah, haha, that's kind of funny. Anyway, go do something else now. You know, if you went back like 10 years and said you've got that kind of power, it seems like it would be something that you would just sit there all day and do. But like the reality is that it's kind of just unexciting. Oh, I've lost, haven't I? Oh, I haven't. Haha. I mean, are there people that do that? Every time I've just been on some kind of like, let's screw around with ChatGPT for a couple of minutes kick. And then you get like half a dozen or so images made, and then it just kind of loses the novelty. I guess that's fine. Just gotta mod the Seinfeld theme into this. Really take advantage of that slap bass sample. Oh. Oh, it's a square. That doesn't trigger anything. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Okay. 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 No, it's bad! Oh, I thought it was gonna hit the green! Dang. I hate you, video games. No. Okay, well now I'm gonna have a successful run of Ghouls and Ghosts. Officially. And I will not embarrass myself by playing poorly. Or maybe I will. I don't know. I just don't want to work. What do people do all day? Suffer? Yeah, okay. I gotta turn the volume down a minute. Fair enough. Like, my colleague went out for a 10-mile run. But it feels like I'd have to be living in a totally different universe for that even to be an option. Did they ever put that third part of the Bobby Broccoli Cold Fusion documentary out on YouTube yet? I was really enjoying that. I feel like it's been a little while since part 2 came out. But I'm too cheap to pay for Nebula. Also, I briefly saw Doom Scroll and processed it as Dreamcast. It's the newest Sega console. Sega Doom Scroll. It's got little wheels on the analog sticks. Doesn't have any Sonic games, it only has Shadow games. And Big the Cat games. And you use the scrolling triggers in order to, like, reel the fish in. Scam people for millions on Second Life. Wow, do you sell them fake E-drum kits? You should not 100% Sonic Adventure, the first. It's kind of terrible. I mean, the game is great, but the act of 100%ing it is kind of bad. Like, the additional level objectives, oops, are not worth it. And then they added more in the GameCube version, which are even less worth it. You should get a Dreamcast and make a Chow and load it up in Chow Adventure 2 and play that in bed. All day. Do they make new Tamagotchis that, like, aren't an app on your phone? Stop making them. Did they have actual screens? Like, what do you even attach a keychain to anymore? Oh, wait. Keys. Sorry. I was like, oh, they only ever went on my backpack, and I don't have a backpack anymore. No, that's right. I'm an adult, I have keys now. Gotta put it on my lab keys. In practice, you never go anywhere. Hell yeah! That's the way to do it. Think of all the ghouls and ghosts you'd be missing out on if you went outside. Already beat the Genesis version. Yeah, but that one's got more checkpoints. You gotta do it for real, on an emulator. Also, at some point, the XSplit viewer total just went to 0, and it has not come back. And I don't know if that's an XSplit glitch or what. I know for the longest time on Twitch it used to be like, oh, the stream's getting quality settings because there's not enough bandwidth to go around. I don't know if that's still how that website works. Or if that's like a very 2016 thing. Which I feel is roughly when my brain stopped processing new information. And I've retained effectively nothing since then. Yeah, why are we spending billions of dollars to try to go to Mars when you can just give me a fraction of that to have a roll-in drum kit? So I can make funny MIDI sounds. So I could replace all of the drum samples with parts from Parappa the Rapper. Oh man, you could just play Parappa the Rapper on drums. I wonder if anyone's done that. That might be kinda sick. Oh, I want to look that up, but I'm too busy ghouling and goblining. Or no, ghosting. Real bad at words. Seen the word goon in chat too many times, and now it's just taking over my ability to process any G word. Man, I gotta play Parappa again. It's been years. I've all but forgotten all the button inputs you can do on level 4 to make Parappa say MIX the crack into the bowl. All you gotta do is crack. Crack, crack, crack. Oh. They've never made a new one of those, have they? Just like HD remasters. They should. I mean, how much could it cost to make? Just make it like a freeware app, and you just pay like $3 for the songs. Are they still making rock bands? No. Are they still making those Konami not rock band things whose name I forget? I guess if Fortnite bought it, I'll believe you. Oh. But there's not, like, a version of Rock Band in Fortnite. Is there? Wait, how? Wait. But it doesn't have, like, the plastic peripherals. That might be the knife. Yeah, it is. What are the Fortnite charts? Is that like top 100 Billboard? The song went all the way to #1 on the Fortnite charts. Come on, thank you. No, man. So, like, what even is Fortnite anymore? Is it just like Roblox at this point? It's Battle Royale / like content platform. At least we still have PUBG, even if no one's playing it. At least I could still sell my PUBG skirt for 50 in-game dollars. Armor, please. Oh, that's not armor. Oh, don't drop a stupid weapon. I trade my casino for the drums. Never! It's the #1 casino. It's a better casino than I would be a drummer. I think that's armor? It's not armor. Okay. It's not a terrible run so far, although gotta get some hits on these dudes. Oh shit. I take it back, it's terrible. All is lost. Okay. I don't know what hit me. But I don't think I'm gonna win. Although maybe. There should be an armor pickup after this next part. If I don't jump into one of these cloud guys. Doing a real bad job hitting them though. Nope. Well, you're not gonna get me the scam drums, I guess. All I want to do is lowball some poor musician. Is that so much to ask? I just want to go to a man playing guitar in the subway and take $1 out of his bucket. God, I could just be like those people in the Baltimore Inner Harbor that just play on the Home Depot buckets. I have a sign up like, saving up for real fake drums. Man, I haven't stopped thinking about how they're gonna shut down The Sims Online. It's truly the end of an era. Stupid private server actually making me feel things. It's making my actual mood bar go down. Yeah, they're closing it next month. Well, there hasn't been an event in The Sims Online since, like, 2 years ago, maybe 3? If they're putting the map up, or the map up for download, I mean, does that mean somebody could put a private server back up again with that, or does that, like, require a whole bunch of special back-end? Is the game somewhat active, or is it pretty dead? No, it's really dead. Like, you log on, and there are 10 people playing dead. It is a shame, but it's definitely a game that kind of just has an endpoint. Like, well, I've done all the things in The Sims Online. I can't say it was all that fun, except the building part. So that was a very stressful boss kill, but it worked. Yeah, but The Sims Online has a first-person mode. Oh yeah, no, the drama was because there were people on that server who took it very seriously, and then there was me, who didn't. And people would take, like, the property rankings semi-seriously, whereas we would just end up as #1 because I would stream it and people would join, and we'd all get bumped to the top of the list. Or when they had, like, the Sims Online awards for, like, best whatever property in certain categories. I won best casino just because a bunch of you guys voted for it. Versus the people who are, like, actually hardcore role-playing in it. It's very funny. It's like, no, I have to be king of this niche in the private server. It's me. Oh, I got 3 Arthurs. At least I got to be the unofficial mayor. At least the substandard hotel was a really funny joke. With the standard hotel across the street. You don't want to think about how long ago that was. I'll do the thinking for you. 8 years. Apparently. Isn't that upsetting? And we still never even got the, those, like, one-way moving sidewalk things that they had in the beta, but they never actually put in the game itself. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, when we played it really early on, those were some of the placeable items, but then they got rid of them. So you can't make, like, the Team Rocket hideout from Pokemon Red in your property. Oh, whoops. I was not paying attention to that. It was good stream content. And to clarify, I don't mean good stream content as in worth watching. Maybe it was good stream fodder, is what I mean to say. It was good to just turn on at 2 AM and just type. But even if I, like, streamed The Sims Online on the main channel or something, like, I don't know what I would say. There's nothing to talk about. It would just be like, oh, hey, check out the map. Remember when I did this? Let me read all the signs that I put in that all have funny jokes. Or the deck of cards where I wrote, like, stupid jokes on, like, 52 individual cards that you could draw and read and go, heh heh. I'll miss walking up to random people and booing them. Make their social bar go low. Drinking a bunch of espresso on my lot and then immediately leaving and walking to someone else's property and urinating right in front of them. I'll miss keeping you all locked in the jam dungeon. Man, in a couple short months, I'm never gonna say the term jam dungeon again unless I'm reminiscing. We'll never be able to go back to the jam dungeon. It'll be a phrase that'll be totally meaningless. Yeah, but then it'll just become a thing that will just be slowly forgotten. Fewer and fewer people every year will remember what I mean by jam dungeon. It'll slowly fade from public consciousness. Oh, in the McDonald's hot tub room, or the Kansas room. Or the gym, where the basketball score was always set to 69. Or the Dad Cafe. Never gonna serve another entree of football the meal again. Never gonna be able to go inside the dance cage that has urinals on either side of it so it looks like you're peeing on the dancer. In the McDonald's hot tub room. Am I gonna try that new hyper-realistic Sims they announced this year? I don't know what that is. No, 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 go away. I'll miss using the toilet in the museum that has the camera pointed at it and the sign in the background that says applause. I'll miss that one irregular, non-matching tile square outside the front of the casino. I'll miss people walking into the property and saying, "Wow, where did you get these high-heeled shoes objects?" I'll miss not being able to expand my graveyard. I'll miss going inside the house that eats you. Chasing around the zombies with a giant hammer as it kicks the shit out of my expensive television. Or the incredibly long routes that it would take you to go and wash your hands when you go go into the cat cafe because of all the one-way elevators that had to keep the cats contained. I'll miss the turkey that somehow landed inside the cat bed and never despawned. Or my precious cat Cheadle-Doot, which despawned from the map one day and was never seen again. Someone's calling me right now and I don't know if it's the crisis hotline or a telemarketer. Oops. Well, they didn't leave a message. If it's important, they'll call back. I did tell them yesterday that I wasn't killing myself tomorrow, so they shouldn't send cops. God, Nintendo Nightmare. And then I had that whole other restream of Nintendo Nightmare only to find out that, like, the first stream finished about 90% of the game already, and there was just like an extra 20 minutes at the end I hadn't seen. Man, I wonder if they have any way to tell how long I played The Sims Online. I'll miss how my character's bio is literally just copying and pasting the entirety of the Twitch chat that was currently on the screen into the box. All those names that are probably not around anymore. People that I remember being around in like 2014 that I've not seen in years. I assume they all probably hate me. Forever immortalized in my Sims Online bio. I'll miss resetting all the laptops in the Centrino room. See you, Persia. I'll miss plopping the tripwire down in front of people when they're walking into certain areas. Oh. Well, that sucks. Oh, I gotta do it again. That's me. Yo. Yeah, I know the little model of the old property before it had the mayor's house. I'm legitimately bummed out. It's yet another third place society has taken away from us. Where am I supposed to hang out now? Can't even put my own creamer into a coffee at Starbucks. Why even live? I don't know what web fishing is. Is that like when you try to get somebody to spend hundreds of dollars on your scam roll and drum kit? It didn't shut down, but it will next month. God damn it. Crap. Yeah, I know, like, nobody played it, and I know objectively it makes sense to shut it down, but I really grew attached to it. And all the player interactions, and all the usernames, and all the avatars. I don't know. I think I'm mostly just mourning a very specific period in my life where things were like marginally more optimistic. Prior to feeling like the walls are closing in on you. Like, oh, things I thought or hoped would have happened have not. And I see no reasonable path for them to happen at this point. I guess we call that getting older. Wouldn't have shut down if I played it every day. The worst part is, you could make a good argument for that. That I didn't play it hard enough. God, I can't believe I personally shut down Sims Online. Such a monster. Oh no, I kind of can make myself believe that now. I'm the one who took Grandpa off life support. It was me. You're feeling sad, you take a Benadryl and vent your issues to the shadow people. God, I took like 10 ZZZ-Quil once when I really wanted to sleep and was very sad at my parents' house. It wasn't good. You'd have these moments where you're like just on the verge of sleeping and then you'd immediately jolt awake. Like a brief moment of sheer terror that feels like it's lasting forever but is only probably a second or two. Anyway, don't do that. And don't take diphenhydramine if you can avoid it anyway. It's bad for you in the long term. Yeah, well, psychedelics are not going to make you sleep. It's very much the opposite. Oops. Honestly, in terms of like non-benzodiazepines for sleep, I've been kind of surprised at how effective Seroquel is. Which probably has a similar, like, antihistaminergic mechanism as diphenhydramine. Or, crap, what's that other one they do? That's also an antihistamine they use for sleep, whose name escapes me. Hey Siri, what is the sleep antihistamine medication that I'm currently thinking of?
Diphenhydramine and doxylamine are antihistamines
Nope.
that are marketed as over-the-counter sleeping aids.
Not those.
This answer is from medicine and
I love medicine. It's, oh. I don't have a pause button. No, it's not cocaine. What is this website? No, it's not diphenhydramine. It's, I don't know. Doesn't matter. But you gotta get Cocaine PM. New non-drowsy formula. God, what am I thinking of? I'm really disappointed how none of you can read my mind and extract the information I'm trying to pull from it. Hydroxyzine, that's it, thank you. Tums. Only the purple Tums. Those are the nighttime Tums. Night Tums. Prescription bananas. Wish doctors could prescribe you food. Here's prescription pizza. Sorry, your insurance only covers generic pizza. Extended release pizza. Pizza XR. What's the point of even making an oral medication? Oh, the platform didn't load. Why even have a pill? Why not just put, like, Prozac dust in a bag of Cheetos? Like, what is a pill? It's a drug. You know, it's a compound, it's a binder, and it's some filler to make it, like, pill-shaped. What's a Cheeto? It's the same thing, but with, like, nacho dust. Just replace it with Prozac. Don't the pills take a while to dissolve? Yeah, well, you can make a Cheeto do that. It's just really dense Cheeto. I'm gonna sublingual this Cheeto. Hold the Cheeto under your tongue until it turns the right shade of orange, and then you're good. Yeah, antidepressant Doritos. If you're, like, buying a bag of Doritos, you're probably depressed already. I think it's a great idea. You know, make, like, the whole bag equivalent to one Prozac. Makes all the sense in the world. I mean, no one likes taking pills, but everybody likes Cheetos. Children would find it too appealing. Yeah, but children are depressed too these days. So, you know, I don't see the problem. Just make smaller Cheetos for them. Have one of those 100-calorie snack bags. It's 100 milligrams. It's a bad time to get this weapon. They have antidepressants. Does that mean they have pills that make you depressed? That is a good question. And yes, actually. That was partially how they came up with the initial monoamine hypothesis for depression. there was a drug that I don't remember the name of, but it essentially... I don't remember. Did it, like, prevent the, production of serotonin, or did it, like, dump it from the vesicles or something? Anyway, it had, like, some... Oh god, I wrote about it in my thesis. Hang on. Oops. It was not supposed to make you sad. But it had a side effect, and that, coupled with some, like, antihypertensive medication that also had some sort of impact on serotonergic transmission, had the opposite. Where is this in my thesis? God, I hate opening this thing up. It's such a stressful document. Let's see. Introduction, doobity doobity. Yeah, there it is. According to my thesis, in the 1950s, it was observed that the alkaloid compound razorpine, then used to treat hypertension, promoted depressive symptoms in a subset of patients. This discovery provided some of the earliest clinical evidence of a biochemical basis for depression, and razorpine was ultimately found to deplete the monoamine neurotransmitter serotonin within the synaptic cleft. It's the depressing drug. Alternatively, alcohol. God, I can't believe they're shutting The Sims Online down. Why did I spend so much time on it if they could just get rid of it like that? Why did I ever get invested in anything if it could just disappear? Why did nobody warn me about the harsh realities and eroding nature of time? Why did I get to know and make friends with so many people, and now I don't hear from them anymore? Why did I order that sandwich earlier if I'm just gonna eat it? It wasn't good. The delivery driver spilled my coffee all over it. And granted, I got it refunded, but I had to eat this coffee-infused ham and Swiss. Which does not make it better. Oh, god damn it. I thought it was holding up. I only want to go to Panera if I can get the lemonade that kills me. As an American, my ultimate goal in life is to die in a strip mall. Kind of unironically, though, I do spend a probably insubstantial, or not insubstantial amount of time thinking about, like, all the people I knew offline and online and would talk to semi-regularly, and then one day, without knowing, it's just the last time you hear from them. No fanfare, no warning, they're just not there anymore, for whatever reason. Which I guess is a universal experience. Especially with the ephemeral nature of the internet, but even still, it's a bummer. And I think the Sims Online shutdown is kind of like, I don't know, bringing that back to the forefront for a little bit. God, that's pathetic, though. At least I have ghouls and ghosts. Maybe I should just get into the habit of writing down a list of all the people that I know. Like, when I was in the psych hospital, I made a point of, like, writing down all the things that happened or all the interesting people and conversations I had just because I knew I'd forget them otherwise, and it felt like it was a particularly, not like impactful per se, but it's a very bizarre experience that I didn't really want to forget. Anyway, Ghouls and Ghosts. That's a good game. Also a terrible game. Yeah, and I guess it's also, like, a two-way thing, where maybe for some people, I just stopped replying. I never felt the wherewithal to get back to me, and I never thought about it either. Maybe everybody I know is also similarly sulking about this. Who can say? Everyone's a perfect robot. Wow. Makes you think. I'm gonna put that on my MySpace profile. God, it's like when AIM shut down. Make a video where I talk about the game and memorable events and what it made or what it meant to me. I could, but God, that sounds so lame. Here's my video essay on The Sims Online. No, I'll definitely, like, load it up a few more times and talk about it. Like, oh yeah, remember this thing? Remember this room? Remember when we filled the whole cat cafe with urine? Every single square. Yeah, no, I know. But you see, I'm also too cool to have emotions. Like regret or loss. So I'll just pretend nothing matters and then continue to exist as a shallow husk of a human being. Ugh, go away. Go away, go away, go away. No, that's not armor. That is... Oh, it's not. Oh, move over, Pigman. God, speaking of reminiscing, I was thinking about replaying the Wind Waker. I don't know if and when I'll get around to that, but... While it was definitely not my favorite Zelda game, it kind of represents a very specific place and time. And also it controls really well. I just don't think the dungeons are very well designed. Or that memorable. Oh, he jumps as high as the old man, too. I don't know, I think they had some pretty good dungeons. I think Stone Tower Temple was cool. I liked the Goron level in Majora's Mask. I liked the Forest Temple. I don't know. I mean, there are definitely times when I'm playing Zelda where I wish I can just kind of like hang out and talk to people in town and not really do anything to progress the story. And then you get to a dungeon, and it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm doing this for the next hour or so. Oh, god damn it. I just liked how compact Majora's Mask was. Also, I remember being disappointed in Wind Waker with the, like, actual song mechanics and how simplified it was versus Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Not really remembering any kind of melodies. And then they just kind of did away with that entirely. Like, oh, in Twilight Princess, you pick up the, like, grass that calls the horse, and you don't really play the song or anything. Oh, please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't. Ooh. Interesting. Well, I don't think any of those hit. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I love Breath of the Wild. I loved it even more when they called it Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't really heard a whole lot about Echoes of Wisdom. That's the new one, right? Maybe when I get my paper done, I'll get it. I really like the Link's Awakening remake. And this kind of seems like an expansion of that. Just kind of use my Switch exclusively for Balatro anymore. Ah! Stop throwing crap at me. Oh crap, I was reading the chat. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. It's the last run. Oh, I meant to write moo. I did not write moo. Man, I should be playing Free Sims Online while I still have the chance. I just wish it weren't so boring. Kind of running out of things to talk about. What did I even do lately? Nothing. And then it's gonna be January. I feel like these last couple of years have just kind of totally blended together in a way where I can't really think of anything noteworthy to mentally categorize them. How about them grants? Yeah, I hope I get it. Hope there's not some major federal overhaul that impacts that. Let's not dwell on that. I guess worst case, I just go into industry and make 3 times as much money. Then I have to, like, work an actual schedule. Instead of just being a floating academic. Oh. That one didn't count. Not a real run. More of a walk. Off a cliff. How goes the goobs? I don't know. Gameplay-wise, like 2 out of 10. Escapism-wise, it's like a solid 7. Feels like it should be later than 7:30, but I'm kind of thankful it's not. Escapism could be higher, but it is from 1989, so what do you expect? Can only escape so far in 2 dimensions. Wish you could find a chest with golden armor. You just keep opening them. They'll show up. Statistically, on a long enough timeline, it's inevitable. Oh, what game is that, Johnny? Oh, yeah. How long is that? Is it like typical Persona game length? I don't think I've seen a single thing about it. I just heard people talk about playing it in chat. Which honestly, for Persona-like games, other than like watching the intro cinematic, probably the best way to go about it. Did they still have the normal guy doing the music? Like, does it have a Persona-like soundtrack? Is it on the Switch? Can I play it in bed? It's not on the Switch. How am I supposed to multitask playing it while calling the crisis line at midnight? I guess that's the Steam Deck. Just do one of those, like, game streaming things on the Switch. On live. Oops. Of on live in so long. Well, lucky for you, my brain stopped absorbing new information like 8 years ago. So what is old is new again. There's also Gaikai and some other stuff. Oh no, what do I do? What do I do? The best thing about OnLive was not having to actually pay for it. You can just load up other people's gameplay and watch them do it. I think that's all I ever did with it on my old phone. My Galaxy S2. God, I've owned a lot of cell phones in retrospect. If the touch digitizer on my LG G2 didn't give out, I'd be using it to this day. Putting those volume buttons on the back was brilliant. Change the volume and switch tracks while in your pocket, and you don't even have to look. Oops. I'll take that. God, it's gotta be like 6 years or so since LG's made a phone before they left the market. Is it anything other than like Motorola and Samsung at this point? And like Pixel phones? And your miscellaneous Chinese manufacturers? Miss those HTC phones that were made out of single sheets of aluminum. Okay. I hate this game. It's the only part in the game where just chunks of the level do not load. It's so aggravating. Almost certain that you're going to die at this point. No, well done. They report Sonic Adventure to phones. Like, no, right? No, like the Dreamcast Sonic Adventure. Because there's a period where they were like re-releasing those and Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio and everything. In like 2012, 2010. And like some of them came to consoles of the era and some came to phones, but I don't remember what the split was. No, I didn't play Shadow Generations. The footage I've seen of it actually looks kinda good. But I never finished Sonic Generations. Oh, it's like 4 hours? They gotta let Yuji Naka out of jail. He wouldn't let them make a game that short. Please don't hit me, Bone Snake. There are 35 people online in Sims Online. Next time I take a couple Ambien to go to sleep, I'll load up The Sims Online. So I could play it and then have no memory of it and it'll feel fresh. Type out all my deepest secrets and not remember. Yeah, you gotta beat it a second time. This is only the first loop. Oh. Still kind of surprised they haven't made a new Chao Garden in any of these Sonic games. It seems like the one thing people are always asking for. At least online. Oh, I was totally holding a button, by the way. Oh, god damn it! You don't need new ideas in Chao Garden. The new idea is that it's in HD. And you could trade Chao on the internet. Put them in your cell phone. There, I did it. Sega, hire me. I work cheap. Feed me on a diet of Cheez-Its and like Mama Celeste 99-cent pizzas. Ugh. Little cloud dudes. They're not even that hard to avoid, I'm just bad. Oops. Oh, there's a chest here. Oh, that was a weird jump. Okay. Wait, was that always the chest I got? I thought it spawned on a different platform. Oh, I don't remember. One of those things I never think about. I must never commit to memory. Okay. Go away, go away, go away. Oh, god damn it. How many more hits do you have? Thank you. I know. Great. Oh, I could have had so much writing done. If only I were full of Cheez-Its. Maybe I'll actually go and get garbage food. I've got, like, one particular snack that I always end up getting whenever I'm trying to get a bunch of writing done. And it's like the Triscuits with the dill and a tub of hummus. It's my brain food. And like a big mug of tea. I don't know if it'll motivate me to write, but it'll certainly fill me up with garbage food. Ugh. Get the Cheez-It burrito from Taco Bell. I'm good. Ding. Oh, I should charge my phone. Oh, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh wait, I gotta get the thing. No, it's not that. Oh no, we're good. Go for 10. Let's not go for 10. I mean, that's almost certainly, yeah, okay. I was afraid it was the demon, it would have just immediately hit me. What is the retro menu from Taco Bell? I thought Taco Bell was making the same food they always have. I think the only time I've eaten from a Taco Bell was when they had a free toy, and that toy was like a hacky sack ball that was purple. What year was that? No one hacky sacks anymore, do they? Chat, when is the last time you've hacky sacked? We gotta bring it back. Backy sack. Guys, don't flame me for this. I think we gotta bring back hacky sack. Is that Vancouver, Washington? BC. You know, kind of weirdly, now that you mention it, I sort of associate hacky sack more with Canada than America. Or like Pacific Northwest. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like the knitted patterns of all the hacky sack things I've seen. Hacky sack balls. Hacky sack sacks. That's what they were called. Oh, I forgot about that, not Zigo. God. So sick of the passage of time. Just pick a year and stick with it. I haven't played a game of Frolf in ages. Why are there so many worm dudes spawning? It seems like more than usual. Do I ever think that? Oh, all the time. Believe me, if there's some depressing, sobering thought I could be having at any given moment, I'm probably having it. It's a disease. Oh, god damn it. Okay, let's not die to something deeply stupid. Just gonna tell myself these platforms would have not spawned in for me anyway on that last run. Oh crap. I think it's probably over. Yep. Oh no, I have a life. I mean, not actually, but in the game. Maybe it makes more sense to get the knife. This boss sucks with this weapon. Oh, crap. Okay, well that's a demon. This might be armor? Probably not. No, it is. It'll be back eventually. Probably. I don't know. I got bad brain disease. There are many things in life I'd like to do that seem basic and straightforward, yet I also feel totally incapable of doing them. It's a disease. Oh, thank you. Yeah, those are the brain worms in action. Oh no. Did he just despawn? Oh, there he is. Oh, god damn it! Garbage game. Made by and for garbage people. It's me. I'm dead. Remember the name. Let's see, do they have any discounts on Triscuits? Not that it matters, because I'd probably buy them anyway. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to hit that. Deals for me. Tris gets. No, they don't. I guess I'll just be a sucker and pay full price for Triscuits. Anyway, I'm gonna head out and hopefully try to get stuff done, and at the very least I will be full of Triscuits and hummus, which I guess is better than my current state. Thanks for hanging out with me for 5 hours. It's been a good bit of escapism. Thank you for being my internet buddies. I'll see you in Sims Online at some point. And you have to be there. Maybe we could turn it around and we'll bring the server back. I mean, maybe not, but... maybe. Okay, bye.